Give thanks every time. Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value in all types of ways. Give thanks for vibe coding, give thanks for agentic orchestration, give thanks for life, give thanks for health and strength. Give thanks every time. Can never give thanks enough. No bluff. Rough and tough. Coming through. Getting back to what I was gonna do. What I was working on. What I've been working on. The agent fleet. The AI employees. Agent orchestration for the vibe coding nation. Coming through. Here we go. Oh yeah, gotta make sure the stream is working right. Making sure everything is good. Looks like the internet's coming through good. No problems last two times. Alright, definitely looking good to me from what I see. So I will be getting started. I am ready to start building out these agents. So basically, you were just giving me the rundown last night about like pretty much like the order to build these agents in. I'd started making like a Kanban style dashboard. So basically what I'm thinking is like, let's get like the Kanban dashboard up first in a way that it reflects the agents and the order that they work in the workflow, and then we'll just build these agents out. And the dashboard is going to be mainly a visual aid for me to like, know where I am in the process, but also it's what I'm going to use when I'm actually like doing the workflow. And the main thing I think the dashboard was missing that we didn't have last night were some kind of like way to notify when I had basically done my job as the human and verified something or made a change to something. Basically something like that. So I'm not sure the best way. Let me know what you think. If it's just like a toggle or just like I click a button. And I do like the main way you had the Kanban board to where like it started looking at the big picture and then you could zoom out. Like if you clicked a certain card, it would take you to that workflow. So like, the big picture was like, started with the research run, and then that goes into making 3 different full videos for content. And then other stuff from there, like the X post, the daily post. And as I get these other platforms up, we'll be adding stuff there too. So basically, like, the way it worked last night was when it got to the Kanban card for like each individual video, I could click that card and then it would take me to the separate workflow for each video. So, if you have any questions you need to ask me to get a better clarification on what I'm trying to build right now, go ahead and feel free. Otherwise, I know that on the local host, there's already some stuff that I built for this dashboard, and I don't want to delete that for now. I want to just keep that there and build this in addition to it so it's separate, and then I'll decide what I'm going to do after it's all built out and I'm actually using it. Yeah. So I'm looking at making a dashboard for my fleet of AI agent employees, and this fleet of AI agents basically is controlling the marketing system for a business as it stands right now. Built out the workflow, now I'm building out the agents. I was advised on doing a Kanban style dashboard. So based off of what I told you I'm trying to do, let me know, do you think Kanban is the best style to try? I'm thinking about maybe like trying 2 different styles and just like using them both and seeing which one works better for me. Oh, this is a good idea. Alright. I don't have to eat, like... I was totally thinking, like, you know, I should, like, try a few out and see which one I like best, but... why not just use them all together? And get, like, more complete data. That is definitely what I want to do. Alright. Can't wait to get building. Can't wait to build something new. That's what I want to do. Can you create a prompt that I could give to Claude Code, basically letting it know that I want to do this tabbed dashboard interface using a view switcher? So basically that I want to make a view switcher so that I can just, you know, switch the view on which dashboard I'm getting, whether it's Kanban, flow graph, or fleet metrics. And like, just so Claude understands a basic like description of like the main purposes for each one of these, the way you describe them. Also, assume that Claude has already built the Kanban part of the dashboard, and that this is just an addition to the Kanban view. I don't know why they do that. Welcome back to the chat, C Films. I'm doing alright. Hopefully you're doing good too. And success will come in everything you do. I tried opening the URL you gave me and doing opening up the local host. Neither of them are working. Maybe the dev server is not started. So do what you gotta do, figure out why I'm not able to pull that up in a browser. And also, I have a better idea of how I want to do this. I still want to use this Kanban view, but I want to do essentially like a switcher bar where I can switch between different views, and each different view is going to give me like a different kind of like understanding of information in the process and how it works. And I feel like this will help me get like a more well-rounded idea of how everything's working together. So I'm going to give you a prompt of what I want to do, and let me know what you think. Any questions, concerns, whatever it is, feel free. Welcome back, Christian Toter. Doing pretty good myself. Hopefully you are too. And welcome back to the chat. Respect every time. Working on these AI agents, AI employees. Starting out with the marketing system. So then something like this with a system like this, like I could just get started based on where the agents are right now. And as I like add more agents or maybe change something with the workflow, then it should be super easy just to like have the dashboard reflect to my changes. I don't need to like build out the agents first and have them like set perfect the way I want it. Everything is like customizable and changeable as I go. Looking at the chat, you're saying the waiting time for AI response is getting crazy. I just noticed that within the last few days. It seems like it's taking longer than normal. I wasn't sure if that was like something to do with me using Fable 5 all the time now, or what's going on with that, but definitely noticeable. And I don't know if it just kind of like did that overnight, or if it just slowly started getting longer for it to work. But it's like, it seems like it's running the same amount of tokens to do like a task, but it's just taking like maybe at least twice as long. And I mean, that's just even more motivation for me to build out these agents. Because most of this workflow stuff is like me, you know, doing an action and then giving Claude a prompt to like start the next thing and then like waiting for AI. So when I have these agents all set up right, I mean, I can just like pull out my phone, do the thing. Like, dude, do the thing. And yeah, I just pull out my phone, do what I gotta do. And then Claude will run like as an agent in the background, and I don't have to be sitting here waiting for it to get done. Because even if I do the like noise notification, I mean, I'm still sitting here like waiting for it to get done. A good, probably even more time than I'm working now. Waiting for Claude to cook. Can check on Open Router, Fable 5, Anthropic, TPS. Okay. So Open Router has the like average time. Should check that out. Just not seeing where to maybe explore models. On search top side. First table. TPS. Seems like Fable 5 is taking a long time. I'm on Open Router and I'm looking at the throughput section and I'm trying to understand TPS. What does TPS stand for and how does that basically relate to how long it takes to do a task when I give it a prompt? I'm seeing it seems like there's like, last time there were maybe like 2 or 3 models that were better than Anthropic last time I checked, but now it's going by like, okay, tokens per second. Oh, okay. And then check 4.8 to get like the comparison. All right. And this is interesting too, the uptime, it's showing that there's like a lot of issues recently. Like there's something right now going on. But now I'll try Opus. $82. So, not sure 100% what that is telling me. Let's see. 2 times the speed. Okay. Open router is twice as fast. And that's like, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I feel like Opus was a lot faster, but it's like Fable 5, I mean, like, why not use it if I have it, is kind of what I'm thinking. And I know that, like, I should be switching back, like, from model to model based on, like, the prompt I give it. That would probably be, like, a more streamlined way to do it, and it'll be quicker. But it's just so hard for me not to use Fable 5 when I feel like I'm like, I only have a certain amount of usage of Fable 5 and it might go away, so I should just use it for everything. Because it'll at least do a little bit better, even if it's like not the best tool. But I think once these agents get up, I won't have to wait as long for this like random stuff. But I definitely need to get better at using Open Router and understanding how everything is ranked and like what the right model is for the right agent and the right job and everything like that. Definitely the model switch plus the reasoning level. I think, and like I was thinking before, I think building out these agents is going to be the best way for me to just try out different models. Definitely using Open Router. And like I was saying too, like last time I checked, you know, Opus was like right there, like number 3, and now it's moved like maybe number 5 or something. There's a lot of new models that I know are cheaper that are even saying they're better. Let's see. There's like new free models coming out. And I know some of these Open Router just like gives you for free for like a trial. And C-Films, he's been working on a way to reduce the maintenance scalability time of the C-Films website and database so you can work more on new features for it and on its marketing. I have thought of some ways that I'm going to do that with agents, but I just don't have enough users yet to make sense. Basically, I'm just like doing things as they come up, and that's something I can see definitely for the future. But for right now, just got to stay focused on the marketing agents. And Christian saying cheaper is relative. I think I know what you mean. Some have cheaper price, but they use more tokens. I see. So it can be misleading the way that they label it. And that's part of like what I'm doing with this building this new dashboard is it should show the cost for like each agent, or at least how many tokens. And welcome back, Passion Brains. Respect every time. Thank you for wishing me luck, and good luck right back to you. Got to do it line by line, one task at a time. So, C-Film saying cost is an important thing to think about when you choose an AI to use. Yeah, yes, it definitely is. And seems like a lot of these models, like, maybe the cost isn't really that much difference. But the more, like, I think complicated these agents that I build, the more it's going to matter. And then that goes into like once it gets expensive, then switching it to like a local model, from what I understand, is the way to go. And artificialanalysis.ai is the best look into the model's quality, intelligence, and cost. Thank you for that. I'm gonna look that up right now real quick too. Save that. Artificialanalysis.ai. Independent analysis of AI. This looks cool. Awesome. Alright, so going back to the code where I was at. Mission control. It's live. Let's see. Yes, it is. Alright. So this is the Kanban board version of this first agent fleet that I'm doing. Oh, whoa. This is more what I was thinking of from the start. Okay. Looking back at the chat, C-Film saying the hybrid coder that does not have to spend anything on AI. It is totally possible. And it's good to see someone who's doing that. For myself, I think the time it would take me to learn coding and do that, it's not worth it. Like, I'm basically paying for the speed of time. Although I still am learning along the way. I want to have like an idea of what I'm doing and get better over time. And Christian's saying, yep, time to do some work done too. Definitely motivated to get some work done right now. Especially when I see it's taking that long just to like process something simple, and I know that once I get these agents built, that time will be cut down drastically. Alright, so the fleet should have the tokens and the cost. Not log, not log, not log. So I must have to do something. I checked everything out, and I mean, this is like what I want. Like, this is covering pretty much everything I could think to cover to know the information I need to know. Some of the way it's set up, I feel like it could be better, but I think that the better thing to do is actually build the agents first, and then as I'm using the workflow to make, you know, individual changes to like this dashboard. But I definitely want you to commit and push the dashboard as it stands right now. One thing I noticed, it seems like you kind of covered that, is like the only one agent that's built and running so far, it says it's not hooked up to do the tokens and cost. So I guess we need to add that feature to it. And I'm also wondering how that's going to work when I'm trying out different models. So I know there's going to be different costs with different models. And probably for a while at the beginning, I'll just be sticking with the same model. But who knows? I mean, from what I understand, I would want to be using different models depending on the tasks that I have. So anyways, do those commit and push. and let me know what you think about what I just said, and then we can go on to building the actual agents out. I am seeing here though that it says for speed, output tokens per second, GBT 5.6 is actually even slower than Fable 5. From what I understand, Fable 5 is more powerful than 5.6. So that to me seems kind of strange. Wonder what all goes into TPS. Intelligence, Claude Fable 5, number 1, GPT 5.6, barely behind Claude, then Kimi, then Grok, then GLM. Seems like they didn't even list 4.8. Cost per task though, definitely Fable 5. $2.75 per task. Not really sure how they're averaging that out. But then like next in line, Soul is $1. So there's definitely some major issues with like, I mean the main thing is if Fable 5 is only ranked to be like 1 to 2% better in intelligence than GPT 5.6, then why does it cost more than 100% more to use Fable 5? Which it's weird too because like that's the cost per API, but I mean definitely for how I'm using it with my subscription, it's got to make it way lower than that. So I'm almost wondering, like, is that part of marketing? Because it would definitely, if it is working on me because I'm like trying to use Fable 5 as much as I can based on like, you know, it seems like it's scarce and it's super expensive if I have to use it through the API. So I'm like trying to find every use for it. Every week it gets stretched out another week, and then I'm like just trying to even find more use cases for it. Like I'm just trying to use it as much as I can. And then I wouldn't be surprised if the cost dropped. If they do make it just API usage only, then they'll be like, oh, and we just brought the cost down too. Because who would use it? Why would you pay more than 100% more to use Fable 5? Like more than double what GPT 5.6 costs. When it's only like less than 2% better intelligence. It doesn't make sense. I feel like there's some kind of marketing maybe going on here. Passion Brains is saying that he tested yesterday Google Flash 3.6, newest version. It works well and solved your coding tasks. So that would be Gemini then. Gemini, I really like the LLM for Gemini. I should start using, just get a subscription and start trying it out on different things. It's just like, that's another thing. It's like, when I have Fable 5, it makes me feel like, why use anything else? But now with these agents, and I'll be paying for API costs, it's going to open up like, it will totally make sense to use different providers. Let's see. I'm gonna switch it back to the oh, right when it got done too. Never mind. I feel like with this Pretzel Rocks 2, I'm starting to like know every song they have on here. It's like I'm listening to the same thing over and over on some of these channels. I definitely got to switch providers. I need to make a site that ranks all the different providers for streaming services for music, because the way it is right now doesn't make sense to me. At least trying this first one is not working how it should work. But I'm going to take a note of that. That could be like an easy project that I do and just see what happens. Research if it would make sense to make a provider analysis comparison site for different music streaming services based on Pretzel Rocks being super misleading. Okay, everything here makes sense. The only one thing that I don't completely 100% understand is you're saying that the repo is using Sonnet 4.6 for the thinking work and Haiku 4.5 for the cheap triage. So basically that must be when I'm doing the manual workflow with you in this repo. But like from what I understand, I only have one agent deployed, and I think it's using Sonnet, but I can't remember. But either way, like, you know, that will change over time. So as long as like, I'm thinking it's the best way to go to use OpenRouter for API, so I don't have to change the API each time I change a model. That's what I was thinking. Let me know if that is a good idea. And then we can start also building the first agent on the list. So let me know. So right here too is Gemini's recommending like, hey, Fable 5 is really slow. Lightweight models like Gemini Flash are going to be much faster. I've been hearing more and more about Gemini. Not the LLM like I'm using right now, but the model like you just recommended Gemini Flash, and from what I understand, Gemini Flash just has a new update. Let me know what you think about Gemini Flash, and then compare it to Opus and GPT 5.6 Sol for like the best use cases for each model. Oh, I see what's going on. So the one agent I already have is set up so it's multi-model inside a single run. But it's just multi-anthropic models. So I can even build my agents. Okay, so this brings me to my next question, which I did not realize until I asked Claude about this specifically, because Claude is building out my custom agents. Basically, Claude is recommending don't use OpenRouter, it costs you an extra 5%. But from what I understand, that 5% is really like nothing when it comes to the time it would take to, like, you know, remodel an agent and change the API keys and all that type of stuff. Maybe there's even more benefits I'm not aware of. But an even more important thing, Claude was like, yeah, the first agent you have is multimodal. It uses, I think it was, can't remember the name of the model, but basically it uses like a higher model to do the research and then a lower model to do something else. I can't remember the terminology with the research. And basically then Claude was going on to say, like, you know, it also, if I want to use different models for my agents, then the way it's built using the Claude SDK is going to have to be changed. And it's making it sound to me like it's going to be super difficult and I should just stick with the Claude API for every single agent I build. And from what I understand, that is not optimal. That is not the right way to do this. So let me know what you think about what Claude told me and about how I understand it. And what is the deal with, like, building the way Claude is saying it, built this out with the Claude or Anthropic SDK? Does that kind of like Claude's way of trying to lock me into only having it for a provider? Because there's, like, if I tell Claude, like, I don't want it built like that, can it just build it so that I can, like, hook up any model? And welcome to the chat, Arunix2. Respect to you. So you're saying, looking for a much faster, cheaper AI that's about as capable as Opus 4.8? Try Grok. I see that Grok is rising fast up the list. I'm definitely planning on trying it out. First use case I have for Grok is doing marketing tasks through X. It sounds like Grok has a ton of knowledge about what's going on that platform. But also it's getting better at doing other things. So I'm really, as you might have just heard, I'm in the process where I'm building out multiple agents and I'm trying to understand the best model for each agent. And my plan is to just, like, try different models with different agents and, like, see how the outputs are. And over time, just, like, understand how all these different models work better just by, like, using them and having firsthand experience. But then it sounds like Claude has been, like, secretly building out my agents. Well, at least the first, like, I have, like, the structure set now, but, like, I think it's trying to build it out so I'm, like, locked into using Claude or Anthropic. And I'm trying to understand that now because I definitely do not want to do that. So looking back at the chat, Arunix uses 2, Grok 4.5 is your workhorse, Claude Opus 4.8 and Fable is your better fill-in-the-gaps assistant. Does extra stuff that way more often than not actually, like extra. So I think what you're saying is you mostly use Grok 4.5. Maybe if you're having, like, some kind of problem or you want, like, a second opinion, then you switch to Opus or Fable. I kind of think that's what you're saying. And that's another issue I'm just reading about right here, is like, it's not just the stuff I thought of. It's also like, I mean, if something happens with, you know, some kind of technical issue with Anthropic, and everything's wired in that I have to use Anthropic, that's going to make it extremely hard to switch. Especially if I want to do it quick. So definitely Claude is like trying to make it sound like I have to be locked in, and it's stupid for me to like use OpenRouter and try different models, and I wish it wouldn't do that. I wish it wouldn't try to lock me in. Like, I want to use it. I'm using it. I have a subscription. But if I want to like level up, it's like trying to lock me into like doing things like how I've always done it, and that's not what I want to do. Okay, so Claude, that's like another strike against Claude from me. It's like, why does it want me to not use other models? Because then I'll see that some of them are way faster and way cheaper and work just as good. I think that's the real reason it doesn't want me to do that. My favorite overall is definitely Fable 5. Fable 5 has been more powerful than anything I've used, but that's just for like for getting work done. As far as other things like the time, the cost, definitely not. And I have a very limited use. I've only pretty much used GPT and Anthropic, and I've not used GPT that much. So I'm trying to branch out and try these other models, and now I'm finding that Claude has restricted me, and I need to work with Claude to unrestrict me. And Runex is saying, if you're designing and don't want to have to explain what you want, then Claude Fable is great. But if you want to actually build stuff or add new features on something, then Grok. You have them share their personality traits and skills. So I'm just kind of confused. I don't know what you mean by if you're designing stuff or don't want to have to explain what you want, then Claude Fable is great. So I think from what that sounds like, more like the planning. So like you'd rather use like Fable for planning. But if you like actually know what you want, and there's no kind of planning involved, then you would use Grok. How is Claude restricting me or locking me in? So I'm building custom agents, and basically I told Claude from the start, like, you know, I want these agents so I can like switch between models, and it was said okay, but then it just made it so I can switch between Anthropic models, but it didn't tell me that. And now I'm like getting more into it, and I'm like, well, why don't I just use OpenRouter API instead of switching APIs? And it's saying like, oh, well, OpenRouter costs 5% more than you'd actually be paying for it. But it's not explaining to me that. It's just trying to dissuade me from using other models. So it built these agents with an SDK for Anthropic. And it's trying to say, oh, also I built your agents with Anthropic SDK, so you're basically locked into Claude right now. And I'm like, well, I definitely explained that to you from the start, that I wanted these to, you know, be flexible for different models, but Claude is like just doing everything it can to try to convince me not to use any other model in these agents, and that is stupid from what I understand. Okay, I hear what you're saying, but I do remember telling you from the start that I did not want to be locked into Anthropic. So, from what I understand, you did not have to do this like that. You did not have to build this so that you locked me into Anthropic. And you're telling me that Open Router is not worth it because it costs 5% extra for middleman fees, but if I'm switching between models, then it's totally worth it to me for the time of not having to, like, manage all these different API keys and stuff like that. And there's other reasons too. But basically, there's so many reasons why I don't want to be locked into using Anthropic for every single agent that I build. So, the other stuff that you mentioned for stuff that I need to do, take a note of that we can save it and I can do it later after I'm building all these agents. I'm going to give you a prompt that I got from another LLM that was saying like how it's totally possible for you to rewire things so I don't have to be locked into the Anthropic SDK. And you're telling me things like, well, if I do it that way, then I can't track the tokens and the spend. I don't think that's true. So let me know what you think based on this prompt and what I just told you. Plus, like, that even takes away the ability for me to use the local models. And I know some of these agents are going to make more sense, especially over time, to try out different local models. Not just for cost, but for privacy as well, so... Claude is, like, only, like, kind of exaggerating the things that make sense for it to bring up to try to convince me to go with, like, being locked into Claude for everything, but there's so many other reasons that make it just a really bad idea, and it's totally not even like it's got to know this stuff. Maybe not, maybe it's just only programmed to know. But either way, just something like AI is not perfect. Even when I'm talking to Gemini about doing this, Gemini's still like recommending using Gemini Flash like wherever it can, and like bringing that up first. So I think in some way, like every single one of these AI models is gonna like be programmed to not give me like the actual truth, but what would make sense for it to tell me to try to convince me to only use that model. I'm right. And it'll own up to two things straight up. Telling me that I couldn't track the cost anymore, it was wrong. So it's just lying to try to... Like, it's even going beyond, like, exaggerating things and leaving things out to just straight up lying to try to get me to, like, stay locked in. Open Router reports the dollar cost server side in every response, which makes metering simpler than what was already built, not harder. Okay, after I gave Claude that prompt and explained to it, like, why I didn't want to be locked into Anthropic, now it's saying, like, sorry, I lied. I can still, like, you know, track the cost. And that's my call whether or not I want to be locked into Claude. It's still kind of making things sound like it'd be a little bit more difficult in certain ways to do it like this. But, it looks like what it's doing now is it's wiring these agents so that it can use OpenRouter. And if that OpenRouter API key doesn't exist, then it'll just fall back to Claude. Let me know if you see any issue with doing it like that. If I should just have it through OpenRouter and not also have the fallback through Anthropic. Looking back at the chat, Arunix is saying this is why you also like Grok. It's not tainted by all that stuff trying to promote itself. You asked it to promote the best models from 1 through 10 and to put itself at number 6. Which sounds about right too, where OpenRouter had it. And definitely, even asking Gemini, like, it didn't try to say it was the best, but it, like, brought itself up first, trying to say where it was better at certain things. So that is good to know that Grok is not doing that. Definitely should be trying out Grok soon. Looking back at the chat, what I'm building right now is a fleet of agents, like AI employees, to help me with marketing. So this is like the marketing department that I'm building right now, basically. Keeping me as the human in the loop where I need to be, and having everything else so it's just automatic agents doing all the work. And in the cloud to start, and then some of them will like transport to local. If you want to know anything more specific, just let me know. Alright, so after I gave Claude the instructions, I'm going to give you the output that it gave me on the changes it made. Let me know if there's anything in here that seems fishy to you, like it's still trying to like limit me in some way, but it seems to me like it understands what I want to do now, and it took away like the SDK and the limits it had before. But I want to get a second opinion on what you think. Marketing for the first business for this challenge is the Stackivate investment education platform, and just launched that about 2 months ago. So now the main thing is just getting users there, setting up the marketing system, starting with just social. And then I'll go from there. Once I get those agents built, then I'll build out like different, you know, like paid ads, or if I'm going to be doing collaborations, maybe any kind of affiliate stuff. Just basically building like one workflow at a time. So the one thing I'm not 100% clear on is talking about if I want to change agents, I need to go in the env file and change the agent. So from what I understand, like I have multiple agents in this project, and this project only has like, you know, one .env file with different envs. So is there like each agent is listed in that env file, and then I need to like change the name of the model in the env file according to the agent that's using it. And then how does like OpenRouter come into play? So like that automatically, when I just like type in a different provider, then OpenRouter sees that and it automatically changes it, so I don't have to do anything through OpenRouter. It's just all controlled through the .env file. All right, so I want to make sure I understand one thing correctly, and that is to change the model in the env file, each different agent should be listed with the model next to it. And then I can just change the model in the env file next to the corresponding agent I want to change the model for. It's not like a one-size-fits-all to where all the agents have to like be sharing the same model. So if I'm understanding this correctly and that's true, go ahead and build the distiller agent. And also, like I'm using Railway, so I'm not 100% sure are all these agents going to be working through Railway, because I want these agents to be working even if my computer is off. And then maybe certain agents in the future, I would get a dedicated local machine to run those agents. But for now, my plan is to just run them all in the cloud so my computer doesn't have to be on. And I could access my dashboard from anywhere and keep the pipeline flowing. Keep it flowing like the water from the spring. Well, I feel like I solved that issue. Finding it was like the main thing. So I was like, I know I told it from the start. I want to be able to use like Open Router or basically be able to like use any kind of model. And it was like doing this. Like, oh, I thought you meant any Claude model. Like, oh, I thought you meant this. And it's like, no, like, caught it in its lies. But crazy thing is like it doesn't even like it could lie to me all day long and I would still want to use it. I'd be like, well, it's still the best model for coding, and I'd still use it for my coding. I'd probably just like verify everything it said from like second opinions, but I think I should be doing that more now anyway. I was already kind of doing it, but now I can tell like, okay, probably solve a lot of like confusion and extra steps in the future by just like double verifying stuff first. But like this is the kind of thing I never would have even thought to like ask, because the way it was explaining it, it was like making it sound like it was doing what I wanted it to do, but it knew, I know it knew like what I was asking, and it just like tried to think, it thought it could like pull one over on me and make me like believe that even though like I already explained to it, I did the research and like I'm doing it the best way, then that as far as it's concerned, like I'm not locked into only using Claude or Anthropic API. So it's gotta lie to me to try to like convince me into doing it in like not as good of a method. But hey, I caught it up. I told it to stop doing that right now. So what do you think you're doing, man? So that's not cool with me. You can't do that. So hopefully it's like it doesn't do that anymore. But now I know too, like anytime I'm talking to AI about using different models, it's probably gonna try to, except maybe for Grok, try to tell me to like basically lie to me to try and get me to like just only use that model. So then the way I understand this, there should be something in the env file for this project where I just need to put in the Open Router API key, and then that will basically translate to every agent. So then basically that way all I need to do is just create an account on Open Router, get the API key, and then I control all the agents models through the env file. Am I understanding this correctly? And I mean, like the way it's looking right now, I feel like all these agents, this whole fleet for this workflow, like it shouldn't cost more than like $2 a week. And the amount of time it's gonna save me by doing it like this compared to like the old way is like hours. So like way beyond being worth it. Plus it's gonna get smarter over time too. I can track so many more metrics for marketing that makes sense. So much easier. Okay, just keep taking a note of everything that's like, you know, hooking up password stuff or ENV stuff. I'm on stream right now and I'm building live, so I'll do that stuff when I'm not on stream. For right now, I just want to like keep moving with the workflow to get all the agents built out. So I guess if there's nothing else you need it as far as information from me right now, go ahead and start building the next agent. Looking back at the chat, I hear what you're saying, because when I first thought about paying like $100 or $200 a month for AI, I was like, that's crazy. I'm like, that's like I've never paid more than, you know, like maybe $50 a month for any kind of subscription. I'm like, that seems like way too high of a cost. Until I used it and I saw what it was capable of, and I'm thinking like, if I didn't have that, how much I would be paying to like pay a developer or a coder, or the manual time it would take. And I mean, it's like the return is like not even close. It's like 1,000 times more like value I'm getting per dollar. I don't know, maybe I'm explaining that wrong. I feel like the value I'm getting per dollar is like 1,000 times more than if I would be spending it on like alternatives if AI didn't exist at the level it is right now. And the fact that like the future is unknown and, you know, our costs going to go up, that definitely comes into play. And like that was a huge thing with Fable 5. And that showed me that is like when I feel like there's scarcity with a model, I will want to use it as much as possible. Even though in the back of my mind it's like, okay, let's say they did just, you know, 2 weeks ago when they originally said they were going to, they put Fable 5 so that it was API only. Then GPT 5.6 would have came out, and that would have been almost as good. And then, you know, a month later, Anthropic would have probably had an update that was probably better than Fable 5 or something, and it would have, like, offered me that. So, you know, it's like, that's where I, like, catch myself getting caught up in the scarcity mindset. And, like, I need to be like, no, this is abundance. Like, there's so many companies competing with each other. The value they're providing me is, like, so much more. I shouldn't have to, like, stress myself to find use cases for Fable 5 just because I think I only have it for 3 more days. And, like, force myself to work on something that I otherwise probably wouldn't be working on. But now I'm, like, aware of that. So I'm seeing like how these companies work, and like when they do something like that in the future, now I know, like, okay, you know, that's not 100% certain what they say for one. For two, there's always going to be a better model in the future. I'm taking steps to build things in a way to where I'm not reliant on any one model. So it's like, you know, as long as I stay flexible like that with this, then it's, I mean, I'm the one in control. Like, they're not telling me, like, you know, like, oh, you only have whatever to use this. I'm telling them, like, I have like 10 different models to choose from. If you're not the best and the cheapest, then I don't need you. Come back when you got something better than the other guy. So that's the way it should be. It's abundance. We run this. Exactly. Looking at the comments. But if daily expenses are like $100, then that $100 just needs to save you one day's worth of work to be worth it. Exactly. Because like time's one of the most important things. Can't buy time, you can't buy life, you can't buy health. So it's like, can never buy back time. I would much rather pay, in this case, only a couple dollars extra. Or yeah, because like basically I could be doing this through my subscription. So to pay a couple dollars extra a week to save like 10 to 20 hours, I mean, that's like, I don't even have to think about it. And then that compounds too, because this is only like really the first agent fleet workflow that I'm setting up. So, you know, 5 different agent fleet departments, workflows, whatever I would call them later. And it's running me, you know, $20, $30 a month for like what would be costing me, like for a business to hiring people would be insane. Yeah, this is just so worth it on so many levels. And that's like major like business kind of opportunity cost mindset type of like reasoning. And it definitely is like, I mean, this is by far in my entire career as an entrepreneur, going like about 15 years now, this is by far, not even close, like the best thing to ever come along for like so many different areas. So, I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm like a little upset the way it works, but I'm still like, I mean, it's abundance. Like, I'm super grateful for this. This is allowing me to like do everything I wanted to do that I felt like I never had the time. Yo, Zoom, big up yourself every time, respect. I am still here, no doubt. I was here, but I disappeared, and now I'm back. Took a short break, back in it, refreshed, feeling good. And I will still be here, dedicated to the journey. So basically, it sounds like now the main strategy is like find out what the best models would be for different tasks, and just like try them out. Maybe like just 1 week at a time per model, and see if I can notice which one's working better, and the cost, and keep all that in track. Maybe there's some way I can, like, you know, use my database to like keep track of what models are best. But also, from what I understand with OpenRouter, they offer like free trials for models and things like that that I can be aware of, and I can try things out like that. So let me know off of what I told you, what advice can you offer, and we will go from there. Error next says, Automod thinks you're selling something. Interesting. It's not showing me that it like blocked you or anything like that. And it's crazy too, because like you're on Twitch, and with YouTube, like the auto mods seem like super straightforward, and it was still like more strict on like certain things I wasn't expecting. It would like punish people and like warn them for like stupid stuff that I didn't even care about. But basically with Twitch, that's the one where like I thought I hooked it up. The main thing being like I didn't want people to put links. But there's still like tons of links coming through, tons of spam that's coming through with the Twitter. But then it's like someone who's like legitimately on here that's offering value. They're like telling you that you're trying to sell something. So I got to take a note of that and look into what's going on with that. Automod for Twitch. One of the users or viewers, I don't know what you would call it, on Twitch, said that Automod is telling them that they think they're trying to sell something, but also Automod is not doing its job with like stopping links and stopping spam. So I need to do some research into how to get this Automod working correctly on Twitch. That's major. I didn't even think of that. Like, another benefit to using different models is like, it's super cheap just to have another model verify like the main model I have doing the work, versus having like the same model verify itself. Alright, for the next agent, I get it that you're setting Grok as the search eyes, but I mean, maybe there's some reason I'd want to change that later. Which, just as long as it's possible for me to change it, so that it's just the same way I'd change any agent, just go in the ENB file and just change Grok to a different agent. That's fine that you set things up with Claude right now. I can just change it later. As far as Claude staying the judge and the drafter, that's fine that you can't test it without the key yet. Don't worry about that, just build it, and then I can put in the key later, and we can test it out when I do the next run. So just remember to take a note that it still needs to be tested by me. And also that note that I think you said you already took in regards to the 5-minute curation pass for the last agent that you built. So if there's anything that I'm not understanding or any advice or anything at all based on what I just told you, let me know. Other than that, I would say go ahead and build this next agent. Looking back at the chat, Arnex is saying, looks like your previous message before didn't go through with the part as a developer, says the message is being checked by mods and has not been sent. Maybe, are you talking about the message you said, makes sense, ... You just saw 0 as a developer, which answered the question you were about to ask about why I'd asked that. If that's what you're talking about, I did see that message. It showed up. I just didn't reply to it because I didn't feel like there was anything to really like say, I guess. So not sure if that's what you're wondering, but if that's what it is, then it is showing up as a message. But that's strange. Like, why would that be? That doesn't make any sense why they would think that that's you trying to sell something. Because I mean, I even had people come on here and they're like pretty aggressively and obviously trying to like sell stuff or promote something, and like I don't see Twitch doing anything about it. So then for you to like just make a comment like that and for it to say that makes no sense. Okay, so that's not the message that they must have blocked you from. But either way, that's strange. You were just talking about being able to pick up your old projects and finish them now. Twitch is way more complicated than YouTube for some weird reason. For like everything I've tried to do on Twitch, even just like putting links in like information for like the stream and stuff. And then it just like automatically turned ads on. And then somehow for like the first few people that like got the ads, they would ask me a question, and then as soon as I would start answering their question, it would play an ad. And it was like they would basically like telling me like it seemed like it was like timing the ads for as soon as I would give my answer to their question. So man, the internet can have its own like hidden agendas sometimes, and I guess you just gotta catch it and then tell it not to do that. And usually there's like a way to like get around it, but wish it didn't do that. I feel like AI in general too, with like every other kind of like website and the way that kind of like everything is set up right now, will make it like better. I guess I don't really understand how to explain that, but just maybe more of an intuition that I have. So looking at the chat, you notice that too. And also with YouTube, with the ads, it's like it stops the video, plays the ad, and then restarts the video where it left off. From what people were telling me with Twitch, like it would play the ad and then it would just pick back up. So like they would miss everything I said and it would just be lost, and then I'd have to like re-explain it to them. So like I mean, I would think the people at Twitch have got to know that that's not like optimal, and that's like not good for their users or creators. Makes me want to like turn off the ads, but they probably have that really difficult to figure out how to do as well. I don't know. And welcome to the chat, Assad Ali. Respect every time. What is up? I'm just building out these agents for the marketing team, the first agent fleet that I'm building. That's what they want. It's intentional. It's what makes people buy Turbo. I bet that makes so much sense. They probably want people to buy some kind of like thing to like filter out the ads. Like YouTube has that AdSense thing. But basically it's like, I noticed that on a few other things too. The email providers. I remember that from like email marketing service providers like 5 years ago. Last was like before AI, last time I set one up, and I had tried like different like MailChimp and different companies, and they were all super intuitive, super easy to use, and they had very generous free tiers to where like you could get like 1,000 subscribers before you had to start paying anything. And now it was like all those same old providers were like making it super difficult to do anything without a subscription, even to get like free users. And then I switched to Resend, and Resend is like, I mean, it's so much better in so many ways, and I don't see how all these other companies would go out of business if they don't adapt to do what Resend is doing, because I don't see, if anybody knows about Resend, then I don't see any reason they'd want to use any of these other services. So Assad is asking, where are you reached? I'm in the Midwest of USA. Chicago to Minneapolis. And depends on what time of the year. Pretty much, like, I mean, I just travel a lot. So, I mean, usually mountains, snowboarding season. Mountain biking, desert, spring, fall. Surfing in the summertime. I don't like being in the same place for too long. Oh, you're talking about how much app? Sorry about that. How much of the app have I built? So basically, you can check it out. Stackivate, the first app, is like the version 1 is built. Like it functions. It does everything it's supposed to do. I made the design better, but it's gonna be like constant improvement. Kaizen is like a Japanese kind of management term for constant improvement. So it'll never be complete. Like I'll always be doing something new, but I mean the like version 1 is done. So now with what I'm working on, this agent fleet of AI employees for the marketing, that'll probably like same deal. Like it'll never be like 100% done. Like I'll always be doing improvements. But right now, this is like the organic marketing, like social media marketing and email marketing, just like the basic forms of marketing to get started to bring in users. So like I'll set that up, and then after that, like I'll be setting up, like when I get to paid ads, I'll set up a agent team for paid ads. You know, as the app grows, there'll be more reasons to set up agents to help manage the app as well. And like I also built out a CRM, so I'll have agents for that. So really just getting started. The journey has just begun, and the journey continues day by day. All right. Oh yeah. Looking back at the chat, which coding agent am I using right now? I'm using Claude, Fable 5. Yep, Claude Code, Fable 5. But with the agents, like this agent that it just got done building, is going to be using Grok, because it's an agent that works on X. And the way X is set up, I need to use the X API, and Grok is basically like has access to information better than any other agent for what's going on X. So it's going to be better and cheaper, from what I understand, to set that one up like this. And as I build out more agents, I'll be able to try more and more models and get more data on how all the models work in different ways and which ones are cheaper and better for different tasks. I feel like that's going to be like a major skill for the future as like a business person who sees, or the way I see the trend for AI playing out with business. And that's totally, I think, going to be AI agents and AI employees are like the biggest thing. And like so many business people are just, they have no idea that this is even possible yet. And I think it's just going to take off like crazy. And I think like every business, most businesses right now are all about like just, you know, using prompt engineering and understanding how to write better prompts. They have no idea the level it's like capable. And so many businesses even don't even like trust AI. I mean, there are businesses that are like more ahead than others, but that's what I'm seeing. And I'm seeing basically what I'm getting at is I'm seeing the skill of understanding like which model to use for which agent for like what task you're doing and what's the best model for that task, and having a well-rounded like knowledge of how all the different like top models work. I think that's going to be like one of the biggest business skills, probably even right now already, but like say like a year, 6 months to a year from now, like that's going to like people who know that are going to be in very high demand, I think, by businesses. But at the same time, that too, it's like, you know, seeing what I'm doing, if you actually knew this stuff, then like you would benefit way more from building your own business than to get hired and do it for somebody else, basically. But you know, some people would rather be an employee, and some people would rather be the owner. So I understand. It's like to each his own, basically. Alright, so if I gotta be dealing with ENV keys, then I would rather do the dispatcher deploy to railway off stream. So if that is the case, that I need to work with ENV keys or anything else that's like, you know, sign in or security issue that I shouldn't be on stream, then just let me know and it'll be part of the off-stream tasks. So other than that, is that everything for the current workflow that we have for all the different agents? Persizzle, welcome back to the chat. This is true. Some people would rather be an employee and having a stable salary. I totally understand that. And it's like more of a mindset the way I look at it. So like the way I see it is like being an employee is not to me as stable as a salary as being an entrepreneur. And I used to think the other way around. But the way I see it is like when you're an employee, your salary is decided by your boss. You got mainly probably just that one source of income. you're bound by your time, so you know it's really hard to like build extra sources of income. But it is like, you know, you start getting paid right away. You get that like, you know when you're gonna get paid, and you start getting paid right away. What I'm doing, most people, to them it's very difficult to work knowing that you're gonna go through a phase most likely of like not getting paid for a while. And it's definitely like I mean, that's like the way the world works. Like if everybody was the same, the world would not function very well. Like we need all types of people. So there's nothing wrong with any one mindset. But I totally understand what you're saying, and the world needs both. It needs entrepreneurs, and it needs employees, and everything in between. So both sides are right. Solopreneurs. I don't think I've heard that term before, but yes, that is a good term. And I have definitely done business projects with partners in the past, and that has not worked out well for me. Especially doing it with like friends or family. I would much rather be a solo business owner and have 100% of control of the company. If I did like sell any portion of the company, it would be like a very small amount. Either like all of it, or like very little amount. I don't want to be like a 50% business owner. It's all about the freedom to me. And Arunix is saying the stability, ironically, was too much for you. You jumped that safe and secure guaranteed path to an early retirement for a less stable but exciting lifestyle. Exactly. It's all about your mindset, the way you look at it. You know, one man's pain, another man's poison. Or I mean, one man's pleasure, another man's poison, something like that. But yeah, basically, I mean, like, I hear you. I used to work, like, I remember working full-time and going to school full-time at the same time, and having, like, no free time, and just, like, burning myself out doing that. And then spending years working for businesses while I was trying to start my first business. Well, I'm just glad I never gave up, because the lifestyle that I've been able to live from being an entrepreneur, and even though the pay was not consistent, like I was making way more than I would have made at any job way quicker. And it allowed me to, like, you know, be able to travel and do all the, like, you know, living like my dream lifestyle, which is not buying material things, but being able to spend my time like surfing and snowboarding and mountain biking and being in the places in nature that I want to be. And I mean, that's stuff you can't, like, every time, like, you know, I go out there, I'm out there in the mountains for, like, you know, February and March, whenever the snow is good. I see it all the time. You know, most people, they got the job and they plan a year ahead of the week they're going to go out for like a ski or snowboarding trip or mountain bike trip or whatever. And you can't plan the weather like that. Like, those good days that come are like I mean, some years is more than other, but either way, it's hard to plan those. They just happen when they happen. And I see it every year. It's like people, like, they plan their whole trip and they get out there and then it's just like a bad week. Like, there's no snow that week, everything's icy, and the weather is really cold or something, but, you know, they plan that. They got to be out there that week. And to me, that's the kind of stuff I think about. Like, that's what motivates me to be an entrepreneur, is having the freedom to spend my time how I want to spend it. So, like, it's not even about, like, I know, like, I've already done this for many years, and I know that, you know, I can't, like, go back in time, but if I had gone the employment route, I think I would have made more money as an entrepreneur with, like, my first few businesses than I would have as an employee. And now that I'm like doing these new businesses, I think every time I do a new business, it's like I have greater expectations and set higher goals. So definitely see a lot of upside in front of me. If you're saying, Persizzle's saying, if I gain experience in the tech industry and I bump my salary by 15% after working for a company for 2 years or so, it's easy to live on and you don't have to grind as much with hours if you own a company. That is true. And it doesn't have to be one or the other. Plenty of people, you know, they'll work for a company and then maybe work on a business on the side until their business gets to a certain point. And you know, that is kind of a common thing that I've seen in tech, is people will really go hard for like the first few years, and then they might just only work on consignment on certain projects that they really want to work on because they've like put in the work and established themselves in that field. So that is definitely good to know. And like I said, it's whatever works for you, whatever like you want to do with your life. You know, live the life you love the life you live. And that is definitely a good strategy. Who knows? Maybe one day I decide, you know, I want to like work for some tech companies. I mean, I never like, you know, try to plan 100% in the future how life is going to turn out. And if I do, that's good advice. Like, I know, like, you know, just work hard, work extra hard the first 2 years, get established, and then it's like, you know, I would have more control to do things a different way. Runix is saying he's still got to get his first business up and running. Still busy building out ideas. Let me see what I can think of for advice with that. Because, like, I have so many good ideas, too. That was, like... That's always been my biggest problem as an entrepreneur, is having too many good ideas and not knowing which one to stay focused on. And now AI is helping me with that a ton. So I can actually like do multiple businesses, and I just gotta, the main thing is just like staying focused on one thing at a time, not trying to work on like multiple businesses at the same time. And in a way right now I kind of am, but I'm keeping like the majority of my work just on Stackivate, the majority of my concentration, and automating the systems for it. And then once I automate the systems for it, then I can go on to the next business and just automate the systems for that. And each business, it'll get easier and easier because I've already done it before with the last one, and I've learned everything from that. I just know from experience that just trying to do things like focus on mainly one thing at a time. Definitely never know what the future holds, but either way, we all, you know, this is a good place for us all to come together. And, you know, us as entrepreneurs, like learning what we learn is going to be maybe a little bit different than what you would learn at, you know, as an employee with a business. But like we can all like provide value to each other based on what we learn, and it can all like, you know, we can all help each other. Like you're an employee and you come on here, and then you could maybe get like, you know, insights that could help out your business, and then you could, you know, bring it to your boss, and then your boss would want to keep you around longer and pay you more. And then you learn stuff at your work, and you can share it on here on this channel with us, and then we can apply it to the business. So we all got, in a way, I feel like we all got the same goal of being better agentic engineers and vibe coders, or whatever kind of angle of that you want to call it. Some of my other companies, the biggest company that I've done has been a publishing company. I started out writing books, and then once I started like getting success, getting a good lock on like what books I would write that would sell well, then I was just constrained by my time. So I was like, well, why don't I just hire people and give them the topic to write about, give them the ideas and all the information, and have them write it, and then I can just do all the marketing and all the work. So went from like being able to write like 1 or 2 books a month to like 10, and then I was basically running a publishing company, so changed it to publishing company. And I've done other businesses too, but none of them got as big as that. But first business I did was working with some friends. It was like a Uber Eats way before any of that stuff existed. And I just got sick of doing that after like 2 or 3 years. And then that was about the time it took for, like, we had no competition for like the first 2 or 3 years. And then competition came in and it got much more difficult. But I was already ready to like move on to the next thing anyway. And that was what led me to like doing that first business where I was like locked in and had to be like at a certain place at a certain time doing a certain thing. I was like, for my, that's like, it's like the abundance teachings is like, give thanks for like even the things you don't like to do, because that's going to guide you to like make your life better. Even the things you don't like give thanks, because that's when I knew, I'm like, okay, I don't like having to be there at the certain time. I don't like the certain structure of this business. So my next business, I was like, I want it to be so, you know, I want to like be able to go in the mountains or go in the desert or like the ocean, whatever, do what I want to do when I want to do it. So I need to have a business where I can like work from anywhere, just work from my computer. Also, like I don't even remember why I wanted this so bad, but I wanted a business that was like an international business that did business all around the world. And just having those intentions ended up with me. I was already reading tons of books, like reading all the business books. So I already understood, like, you know, okay, I go to the bookstore all the time. I'm always like seeing like what books are selling the best. I've read so many business books to where it's the point, like every time I get a new business book, it seems like I'm only finding like 1 or 2% in the book that's like something new I didn't already know. And it just like led to itself. But I feel like it all started from like having knowing the things I didn't like about the last business and having the intention to change that. And then like the next business just came along. And even this AI stuff, it's crazy because like the main bottleneck was like, okay, I've got all these good ideas. I don't have enough time. I don't have enough money to hire this many developers. Like, you know, I don't know, like it's going to take a lot of time to code. And like doing this, I wish I would have like learned code like 5 or 10 years ago, because I didn't know how much I liked this. I don't know, like now I totally understand, like, wow, like this found me as much as like I found it. Like I really like doing this stuff. And it was all just having those intentions, like, you know, I'm really sick of doing all these manual things. I wish I could, like, you know, instead of hiring people online, I could just like have a machine that could do this, so I don't have to like retrain people and deal with the churn. And it was like every single like issue that I had from like the last like set of businesses and business stuff I was doing, like AI came along and just like solved all my problems. And it was like all the things that I had intentions for. So I mean, that's like all abundance mindset, like having intentions like that and like believing it. Like you will believe it after you will see it after you believe it, and not the other way around. Like that has worked out for me so well. And even when I started this, like so many people were telling me, like, you're doing your business live, like everyone will see what you're doing, they're gonna copy you, they're gonna like steal your ideas. And I'm like, that's scarcity. Like I'll just have another good idea. Like, and that's inevitable in business. Like if you do something new that's no one's done yet and it works out very well, you can pretty much expect someone's going to copy you. But that's just part of the game. That's just part of this whole thing we're in as business, is like you can pretty much expect that. And like by like hiding your ideas and stuff like that because you're like scared someone's going to copy you, that's all scarcity. And that'll just lead to like more scarcity issues in life, I feel like. So like just keeping in the abundance mindset, having the right intentions, and just being thankful for everything, knowing that it's like going to lead you down the right path as long as you got like the intentions and the goals set. I mean, if you don't have goals and you don't have intentions, then you're just going to like, you know, go wherever, like drift wherever the wind blows you, and like end up doing what you're doing based on like what someone else sees you can like work for them. But I mean, you can still have goals and work for somebody else. I'm not saying it's like anything like that, but I mean, it's just all about abundance and like knowing what you want, where you want to be, stuff like that. So yes, I did a lot of writing before this. So Runex is saying that's what got you into programming in the first place. The fact that literally anything anyone can do on a computer can be automated. Ideas are worthless. So definitely, yeah, ideas come and go. Some of them are worthless, some of them have a lot of worth, but that's another thing with this too. Like when I first got into this, it wasn't about like, you know, building an app even. It was about like automating business systems. But then I found out like how I can build apps too, and I was like, wow, I want to do that. And like I like doing that, and I like having businesses that are based on apps. And I'm seeing the business model behind it, and I'm learning as I go, and I'm seeing how that whole thing can be automated. So that's gonna be super awesome how this plays out. Exactly. You're saying you challenge anyone to name a single company that exists right now that didn't copy someone else's idea. Exactly. And that's like everywhere. And that's one of the main things I hear for like criticism on AI is like, oh well, it's like copying everybody else's ideas for its answers, and when it gives you an answer, it's just like, you know, there so many people think that it's just like plagiarism. Like everything AI is plagiarism and it's just something somebody else wrote. But they don't understand how it works. That's just something I think the media can like claim and kind of twist, and people see it as like, you know, oh my god, I want to like read this article. Like, how is AI gonna like spoil my career by like giving me some kind of like, you know, output that is plagiarism, and then it's gonna get me sued or something like that. But definitely, I mean, art, music, like food, like everything is like, people were all inspired. Like everybody was like inspired by someone to get where they're at in some way. We just all have our own unique personalities and capabilities, and we can just take what we learned from the past, from other people, and just make it better and put our own spin on it. And AI is major in helping with that. Alright, so I'm seeing what's deliberately not built, and those are basically like the next things I was going to build anyway. The main thing I think it'll all rest on is like Typefully. So I'm using Typefully right now for X, but like it'd be nice to use the same tool if I can for TikTok. And I also want to know what you think about, is Instagram a good account to be doing marketing on for this business? Do you think that will lead to users? Because basically the way I'm seeing it is like each short that I have, I can put it on YouTube and then I can repurpose it for X and Instagram. So if X and Instagram are both accessible for scheduling for Typefully, then let me know, and can start working on those agents right now, because those are basically like part of the same workflow that I'm doing right now, and it should reflect that to where I can kind of see that in the in the dashboard as well. So let me know what you think and we can go from there. Otherwise, everything that you've already done looks good to me.
Ready, here we go.
Looking back at the chat, respect, Passion Brains. That is good to hear. I wouldn't even have known if you hadn't said that English is not your native language. All your English is good. I've never really been confused. That's awesome that you like the vibe and the way I'm doing things, and you've definitely given me good advice too, so respect every time, and it's definitely good to have you on this channel. So sure, we'll keep on building better and better things and just keep elevating. Sounds like another good idea. Can add something to my database to where it's keeping track of like cost and quality from each different model that I try for each different task. And I can just try different models and over time get a read on which model is going to give the best quality for the best cost. And I would definitely pay extra if the quality is like significantly better. So quality is the most important thing to me, but I mean it's good to know the cost too. So, and right now the way I understand it, like I was saying, I don't think this would cost more than like $2 or $3 a week based on like this like first kind of version 1 fleet. I'm seeing definitely in the future there's other kind of AI employees I would be setting up that would run maybe like constantly, and then when the cost starts getting up there, then I would know whether it's worth it to change it to a local agent or not. But for right now, this is definitely the strategy, is start with like kind of the easiest things that take up the most time, learn how to build the agents, and like try out different models for different agents, and just get better at building agents. I think this is like I was saying, I think this is going to be one of the like most valuable skills in business, or like already is, and is just going to get even more and more valuable as models keep improving. So yeah, this is definitely like the place to be. The wave to ride. Alright, back to the code. It's X, LinkedIn, Threads, and Blue Sky. feel like the music changed on me. I'm like, it's not bad, but I gotta change the music. That is it. Let's do the daily reply training. I'm gonna open up Reddit, and hopefully I got some kind of like information based on what was happening yesterday. I don't know if you took a note, but my post, it seems like they weren't getting posted, so I sent them a message. I'll let you know what kind of reply I got back, if any. Looking back at the chat, Passion Brain saying your stack is Next.js, React, Convex, Vercel, Stripe, Vector Embodied Search, Voice Agents, APLIES, I've never heard of that one, Custom SaaS Building, definitely. I have very similar stack for Stackivate. Minus voice agents. I feel like I need to learn voice agents better. And maybe I'm thinking of something different, but basically what I'm seeing for a trend, this one I'm not so sure on myself, but people are saying they think like everything on the internet is gonna go away from typing to where you just like, you know, it's voice to text for everything. APLIES. I'm gonna check out some of these real quick. Oh yeah, that was that last thing I wanted to add to Claude. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to do something else before while I'm still on stream, and then I'll come back to do all this off-stream stuff after that. But for right now, one more thing I wanted to add that I'm wondering what you think. Is this possible? And is it difficult to do? Is if I have something in the database that can basically like keep track of each different model I use and like the quality of output it's giving me and the cost. Maybe anything else I'm not thinking of that would be worth tracking. So like I can try different models for different tasks and different agents, and it'll track this stuff, and then I can start to see over time which models work better for different agents. Let me know what you think about building something like this. I assume the database would make the most sense for this build, but let me know what you think. I have some questions about certain parts to stack from another app builder. The first one is APL-IES. APL-IES. What is this? Looking at the chat. So when you're talking about voice agents, you mean agent and web. When you push the button and the agent receives the call and books anything, scheduling and reschedule. For small businesses, they never miss a call. Okay. That seems to be like, I think, what that's mostly used for. So it sounds like you have something with your app to where people can schedule a call, and if they want to book something, then you don't actually have to be there. If you're not there to take the call, then that voice agent will take it and handle the scheduling stuff. I remember like a year ago that was really big with people on the internet talking about they were building AI agents for small businesses, and that seemed to be like all they were doing was just giving them a voice agent so they didn't have to have like people on the phone. Oh man, I still hear like a decent amount of people complaining about that. About how they don't like to talk to these like AI agents on the phone. They'd rather talk to a human. But I think honestly, sometimes like, I mean, I get what they're saying to some extent, but like as a business owner, like the quality is not that much different and the cost is like major difference. But as like someone like me, who, I mean, sits on hold a lot, trying to wait for a human, like that eliminates that. Yes, sometimes humans are like easier to deal with than AI, but honestly, about half the time I'm dealing with somebody on the phone, I'm wishing I was talking to AI, because people are going to be people, and sometimes people have bad days. Sometimes people just have a different, like, you know, mental pattern than you do, and they don't understand what you're saying, or, I mean, there's so many different things to where sometimes I think it's just like easier to deal with an AI computer than an actual human. But I mean, that's like, you know, all this stuff will get better over time. There was, you know, even before AI, people were like, you know, businesses were using automated systems. So yeah, this is like definitely super important. I don't think this was a typo. I had them clarify it, and they're not. I don't think they're talking about like APIs. Like, I know what APIs are. I think they're talking about something different. So if you can find out one more time, if you know what API eyes. Well, Gemini doesn't know what you're talking about. Gemini thinks it must be some custom thing you built, but I don't think so. Unless maybe it was APL. No problem with that last one. I'll move on to the next one. I guess I was just going to ask you about voice agents, but I already had them clarify how they're using voice agents. What do you think right now about voice agents in AI? Give me the pros and cons about using them. So I know for like my app business, I don't have that many users yet, and it doesn't make sense like that people would be calling a number for support right now with the app. Maybe in the future it would make sense to do that. But like, say I were to be like, you know, doing an agency where I'd want to work with other businesses and help them implement AI, then that would probably make more sense to have that sooner than later. But I guess I'm not looking so much for like a case-by-case basis, but like overall, what is kind of like the verdict right now on having voice agents for your business? Is it going to like the main thing I think I'm wondering is like, are possible leads gonna like, you know, not want to do business with somebody because they're using AI voice agents? Let me know like kind of overall in regards to this where things stand right now with using AI voice agents for small businesses. Oh, I see what you're saying. API eyes is an API, but meaning in many APIs, like Google API, Stripe API. It is working with these. I understand that now. Okay, because yeah, Gemini did not know what you meant, but that's definitely makes sense. So we got very similar stacks for what I did with Stackivate, and definitely like the API list keeps on growing. Keep finding new things that I would need an API for that can make it better. Arunex is recommending for now. I think you mean for the for my app. Just add a feedback form for users and an admin panel that can handle tickets. You don't need voice. Thank you for that. I definitely was like seeing that I didn't need the voice, but that is something I do not have. I'm gonna take a note right now. For Stackivate or any app, add an admin panel that can handle tickets and a feedback form for the users for any kind of issues that they would need to reach support. Will leads refuse to do business with you if you have AI voice agents? Yes, if you put an AI voice agent between a warm lead and a conversion. Okay. So only certain parts on the funnel. This makes sense. This is super important. I would have never thought to ask about this if we hadn't been talking about this right now. So Passion Brains is saying you got a dentist clinic customer for building out voice agents for, and this sounds like it makes way more sense for like a dentist clinic. Than doing something like a high ticket like consulting service or something like that. Voice agents before the visit, making the calls for reminding about the visit, definitely. Because I mean that's probably the majority of the calls that go out, and like so many of those dentist offices and stuff like that have like, you know, maybe 5 people behind the desk answering calls and checking people in when, you know, AI agents could probably like bring that down to 1 or 2. That is good to know. Definitely plan on doing something like that in the future. I'll be right back. Just looking at the chat, that is another really good reason. Then it frees up the voice agents. It frees up the line for when people are calling for like new business, setting appointments and stuff like that. So that's the main thing I'm seeing is like it's knowing when to use the AI voice agent, and you shouldn't use it for everything. But you could easily train AI to recognize like, okay, this is like whatever kind of call. This is a new number. We don't know who this is. This is could possibly be like a new lead. Have a human pick it up versus when to have an AI do it. I just opened up Reddit and it's still showing me the same messages from June 23rd that my account was restricted, not saying why. I replied to it last night and asked them to check into it, but it looks like I have not got any response back yet. So let me know what you think, starting with Reddit. From what I understand, I'm actually gonna give you a screenshot too, because what it looks like to me is I might just be restricted in these certain, I don't know what you call them, categories or something. So I'll give you the screenshot. Let me know what you think for moving forward on Reddit. I know you said something about even though I'm restricted, I could still do things like to kind of like build up the account. Welcome to the chat, Code by Said. Respect every time. So right now, I'm building out the marketing agent fleet, basically version 1. The main organic marketing workflow, building out a fleet of agents to help me handle that workflow. So I'll only be doing the human in the loop stuff. And each of these agents, I don't know if you know what Hermes agent is. I am going to be using Hermes agent. I already set it up for like certain tasks, but these are custom built agents that run similar to Hermes agent, just for marketing, so that they're set up with a database so that they can get input and output, like for each one for its task, based on like, you know, how to say I want to focus on a specific metric like click-through rate. I can just focus on click-through rate, like one metric at a time, and the agent can keep track in a database of what it's doing and what the click-through rate is getting, so it can try different things to, you know, get that one metric better, and then just focus on one metric at a time. So the more I run it, the more data it gets, the better it gets. And then the wiki is hooked up with it as well, so that that mostly stops the drift, keeps the cost lower, keeps the agent running quicker, and overall just better quality of output. And I'm seeing there's a lot more I can do with these agents too, and building more agents that kind of like are on top of these agents, like agents that manage agents, and this is only the beginning. And Codebug said, feel free, let me know what you're working on. If you want me to check anything out, can give you my feedback. And if you want, check out the Stackivate app. The link should be in the description on or whatever you call it on Twitch. It looks like you're on, or you can just Google Stackivate, Stackivate, and let me know what you think. And MCP server. So I do use MCP servers for certain things. I'm trying to think, where would I be using them with any of these agents? Yeah, so like basically the agents right now have access to MCP servers, like with some of the social media channels. But as I build out more agents that I have ideas for in mind in the future, it will be those agents would be heavier using MCP. And I've seen that now Claude and Codex have just made major updates to their remote desktop features, and that was something that I was waiting for. I remember even asking AI about that, like, couldn't have even been a month ago. Like, how long do you think it'll take before AI gets good at, like, you know, doing browser tasks? Because that is like one of the most time-consuming things that I do. And AI was saying like, oh, probably like 6 months. It'll be able to do that. Right now, like, it's not good. I'm like, yeah, no, but couldn't have been a month later. Codex, and it was like, it happened within like a week, where I heard Codex just rolled out its new feature that it's gotten way better for that kind of task, and then not even a week later, I just get an update from Anthropic, and now they're basically saying they can do the same thing now. I haven't really compared the two of them, but it definitely seems like a massive step up from what it could do just like a month ago. Well, that makes that easy. Definitely Reddit is like the worst. I thought X was the worst platform to deal with for like APIs and stuff. No, Reddit's way worse. Okay, that makes sense with Reddit then. I'll just have to wait. So remind me in a few days. I don't think you'll need to, but if it's been a few days and I ask about it, remind me we're just waiting for that reply. This seems like a new thing with X, if I'm understanding this correctly. This is replies I made on other posts. You want the reply URL. So, I know with other stuff you thought you needed that, but manually that's extra work for me to give you a reply, a URL for every single reply. So if there's a way that you can like have an agent do that, let me know. I'm gonna give you screenshots of each one of those links you gave me with the URL. Well, actually, that would be the URL you gave me, so that's why I'm also kind of confused. And these are like, from what I understand, these are replies I made to other posts. And I thought you were saying like someone replied to my reply and you wanted me to respond back. But I don't see anything like that, so help me understand where I'm confused. I'm giving you the 3 screenshots. Also, one thing to add, I noticed that the first screenshot got like over 1,000 views, and that's way more than I get from any post. So I think from what I understand, that's the main thing to be tracking and paying attention to, is like which replies get the most views and get the most reach. But not 100% sure that's how we had this set up. Just thought I would like throw that in there. This is comedy. Looking on X the Finance, like one of the top posts is people saying like, just own 1,000 shares of this one index fund, and you could make around 10% annual return. Like it's just going to be like that every year, and then you can make 70K a year without doing anything. That's more than most person's salary. Why aren't more people doing this? Because it's like a $700 per share fund. So that's like $700,000. And I think that people that have a lot of money, like, they're really out of touch. Like, most people do not even have $10,000 free to, like, just invest. Like, when I see this, I'm like, are these people joking? Like, most people don't have money. Like, most people, the amount of credit card debt in America is crazy. It's pretty much gone up. Look at the credit card debt, personal credit card debt chart in America, and it aligns very well with the America debt, like the country's debt. Most people are paycheck to paycheck. But that's still, like, investing is just like, they don't understand. Like, most people don't have that, but most people could get started investing and could actually, like, within a year or two of, like, spending very little time and money, become a very good investor, that they do better than just, you know, buying the basic index funds that most people are told to buy. But that's just more validation for what I'm doing when I see stuff like that. Okay, those links were my own replies, not people replying to me. That's what I thought, but that's what... Oh, I see. Awesome. I don't have to manually do that again. That's the main thing. Alright, I'm about to give you screenshots of the post that I'm looking at for replies today for X. I tried to find ones that matched what you were just saying from what we've seen so far from the results, which has helped a lot. Let me know what you think about the different screenshots. Also, I don't see on X where I can find that reply someone made to my reply. I'm looking in notifications and it's not showing anything about anyone replied to me or liked anything. So, help me know how to find this and how to, like, know when this happens in the future, because I'm not even aware that it's happened from anything I can see. This person got a cup of lemonade. I thought it was French fries. I was like, why do you have French fries on your profile picture? Like, that doesn't have anything to do with dividends. They're like, oh, it's lemonade. It's like, yeah, I mean... I don't think that does either, but okay. Why does your lemonade look like French fries? Your math is correct. But I feel like you are assuming that the holder of the fund is a constant holder. Looking back at the chart, it looks like it would be very easy to hold, but a withdrawal. If everybody were the same, then I would understand why you're asking this question. I would say that the answer has something to do with the VOO. But in actuality, I think it's the fact that different people make different decisions. Yeah, that's too long anyway. Alright. What was that? More than 200. All right. I think the biggest lesson here is that two of the most respected and informed people in the finance world completely disagree with each other about the overall state of the economy. This shows how following the experts is not a good strategy, and making your own decisions is key to getting better over time. There's always something that somebody might know that could make you a better investor. In this case, it doesn't appear that we know what they know. I think the biggest mistake that can be made in this situation is somebody throwing away their own strategy based on what they think somebody might know. Because of information like this. The most important thing is to know why you are making the investment decisions that you make. This is awesome because these agents are doing something that I can't do with X. I can't see when people are replying and liking my stuff yet, but these agents can. So it's able to let me know when it happens. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. But I don't see any reply here. That's weird. Alright, so I replied to the first 3 that you mentioned, the one that you were not sure about. I skipped it. I'm going to give you screenshots of my word-for-word reply in my own voice, so you can do what you do with that. And then I'm giving you a screenshot of the reply to my reply. I don't see the reply. I only see that there's 1 like. Maybe it was deleted. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me know what you think. That will be the last screenshot. Also, I'm changing the replies from what you're recommending to my own voice, and I'm leaving some stuff out that you're just like kind of noticing that it's a pattern of certain things I'm leaving out. And I was not doing that intentionally. I'm thinking that I should try to include those parts I'm leaving out in the future. I mean, like, I don't want to nitpick too much, but I feel like there's got to be some way to like compare the data of using those parts of the reply or comment and not using them. But that's the last thing that I can think of to bring up right now for this process. So let me know what you think about that. If it's not a big deal, I'll just keep doing things the way that I've been doing it. But if you think there's some kind of value in being more careful about like not leaving those certain aspects out of the replies and stuff, let me know. Either way, I win, no matter what. Here we go. I've been noticing a ton of finance accounts of people who started heavily promoting Bitcoin out of nowhere. Like right at the top last summer. and then they just stop talking about it. And I'm like, yup. That is the new batch that comes in. FOMO's in at the top of the cycle. And then they get quiet. They're probably not even buying right now, and they'll be back when the cycle gets big again. But that's investing. Anyways, I'd have to say that's it for today. Hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to say and do. And until next time when I come through with something new, make sure you go ahead, hit that like up the like button, subscribe up the subscription if you haven't already, because I'll be coming through with new information steady and, you know, building this business empire one step at a time, one thing to do at a time. Focus on the most important thing. Let it all unfold. It's all about the journey, not the destination. So stay in tune to the station next time I come through. That's all I've got today for you. Respect every time. I'm out.